I'm gonna continue to work on the Buildspace project. Actually, the software visualization project that I'm doing as part of the nights and weekends. It's not really a Buildspace project because I plan to work on this after Buildspace as well. Just I think my goal is to just work on this as until like I can use it for myself. It's good enough to use it for myself. Pretty much basically every time that I have a problem understanding software, I'm gonna improve the website to make it easier to understand. So it creates a feedback loop system where I use my own site to learn everything else faster, and then I can build more on top of that. So that's the plan. So I think I'm gonna spend some time typing first now, and then I'm gonna go back to trying to fix the error that I'm getting here, which who knows how long it's gonna take. I expect that it's gonna take a long time, and I think I'm gonna spend a long time here today. And I'm gonna put music for myself in the background, but I'm not gonna put music on the stream because I think they're taking down the stream. But maybe, who knows, put music and then who cares if it gets taken down. So I think what I'm gonna do is try to implement different methods on the Pixi fiber here to remove the node before the app gets destroyed. Pretty much I have to figure out a way to, I think, I'm not sure if that's a problem or not, but I think that this is the problem. I have to remove the component before the app gets destroyed. I'm gonna focus on some accuracy, improving accuracy here. I think for the next days, I'm gonna try to focus only on accuracy, then go back to trying to become faster. Yeah, so this is the parent, I think. I have to own this one. Because parents and then... Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is children. First is the element, which is no container. So this is the container. And the parent is this. So I think it should be... Because the children are going to be children of this one, I think. So I think the purpose of this, I don't know what the function does, but it, like just intuitively looking at it, it seems like, so it gets the parent and then it gets the container, which probably is the child of the parent, maybe. And then whatever is the element is going to become the container, maybe. So like this is mounting the children on the node, the main node, which is the container. And then this makes it so that it transforms into null. But obviously I don't know because I don't understand how the function works yet. So the first thing that I'm going to try is to call this function directly here as the parent and the child. That's why I need to know. I think that the parent is going to be the mount node and the children is going to be the cat children. If I want to remove them directly, remove the pixi components. Since the goal is to remove the component before the app gets destroyed. And I think that might fix the problem, but I'm not really sure. Because it may cause other problems if you unmount, because when you're going to create... But I think that it should work, because when it creates, like the component data update is going to be called first on this app, this component, which is the stage. So it's like I'm trying to change the order of the cycle there. So that right after this one mounts, the other one mounts as well. But it has to be before it destroys the app. Otherwise, the context doesn't exist. I'm not sure if I like this solution as well, but it's the only thing that I can do, I think. Because the thing is, like I have to change the library, I think, because it's a problem with the library. But I'm not 100% sure. It's just difficult because I don't understand really well the problem and what is happening. Because there are a bunch of different components involved. That's why I think it's gonna take a long time to fix this. It's complicated. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna spend a bunch of time studying this file here to understand how the fiber works. I think it's the only way to be able to solve the problem there. Like stuff because I'm not sure if the issue is what I'm thinking about. It's the only thing that makes sense in my head. That the two cycles are fucked up, but like I also I don't see why they would build the library this way. That's the problem. Like, and the other examples using the older versions, it was working. So, like, it might be something else that I'm doing outside that's wrong. Like something that I'm doing when I'm initializing the component here. That's the issue. There's like the way that I'm doing this, I should be doing a different way. Could be that as well. Based on the console logs there, I think that the issue is the unmount. And this is being unmounted after the other one is unmounted. And I'm not really sure if that's the way that it's supposed to be, if you're not using a custom renderer as well. because I think logically it would make more sense to unmount the children first when you're unmounting like a component, because obviously the hierarchy is the parent has more importance than the children, because the children depend on the parent. So like it doesn't make sense to me for me to unmount the parent first and then unmount the children. And I think that's what's happening there based on the console logs. So I think that's the direction I have to take now. So like it renders here, the component it mounts, then gets the children, resets interaction manager, then renders the stage. So that's the end of the first cycle. So the first thing that gets called is the render. That's the normal cycle of the React, I think. It calls the render, then component did mount. Then the last one is render stage. And if there was component did update, I think it would be before the render stage, but I'm not really sure. But then here, after it mounts this one, then it creates the canvas on the custom component, applies props, and then is mounted. And then this is the issue, because now it mounts the stage, but it still has the custom component. So how is it possible that it's mounting here and then going through the whole cycle? But I think it might be because of the way, simply because of the way React works. So it might be correct, because like when after mounts the component, it has to go through the whole cycle of the component first before it does anything with the other ones. But then like in this situation here, it fucks up, because when it mounts the parents, the childs are dependent on the parents because of the stage, the app. So that's the only thing that makes sense in my mind. And then here you would call the will unmount. It is calling the amount on the custom component, but then it doesn't have the app. Because it doesn't have the app, it doesn't have the ticker, and then I got this error. So I think the only solution is to figure out how to unmount the child before. And I don't understand why it's not doing that here when it's unmounting these components. Maybe this method is supposed to do that, but it's not doing for whatever reason. So the only alternative I have is, I think it's true. The other tough thing is that I'm not really sure if this is the file responsible, but I think it is because it has the same functions here, but I'm not 100% sure. I think the only alternative I have is to study this file. The other thing that is hard is that there isn't a lot of information about this reconciler there, like besides the videos. Like there isn't anything explaining the actual code. All of the videos explain the surface, like concept level things. Obviously the videos are very good, but it's just that there isn't any content that shows like the nuances of how Fiber works, how the request cycle callback and how the request animation frame are working in the specifics of the code. Just set the updates and to do the whole rendering cycle. So I'm gonna have to study the code here, I think, and then really understand how everything works, and then see if I can use, how can I call any of these functions to remove the child there on the component we want, and hopefully that will fix the problem. I think we'll be right back. What the fuck? What is this? Yeah, so this is probably the implementation of the custom diff algorithm, which compares the changes in the virtual DOM and real DOM to decide whether or not it's going to update, and check to see if the priorities. Also, I made a tweet, and I also had a realization, and I tweeted about it. I'm not really sure if it makes sense or not, but it's something that came to my mind yesterday when I was thinking about this. Is that I was watching the videos, like from the explanation of her lecture. I forgot her name, but the lecture where she talks about how the fiber updates work. It seems like the stack update is worse, because the fiber updates allows you to create this priority of what component is going to be updated first. So the way that it works is it flags everything as being high priority or low priority, and then on the next part of the cycle it calls another function that determines whether or not it's going to update, and then after it does all of this stuff, it updates the DOM. So it works like a kind of a sine or cosine wave, where it's just flagging the importance of what's going to be updated or not based on this movement. And then it made me think that the DOM is a tree, which is a hierarchy, and the events are like cycles inside of the hierarchy, because they work on a loop. And then the mechanism of fiber is the sine wave, or it can be viewed as a wave function. So what I think is happening is that you have this cycles becoming updates in the hierarchy, which is the DOM. The DOM itself is a fractal pattern, and the cycles itself are the fractal pattern as well. And then the mechanism of updating them is a wave function. So what connects the hierarchies with the cycles is a wave function. And I think that's the way that gravity works as well. And that this is the reason why the DOM works in this way. And I think that this is probably why things evolved should be the way that they are now. Because what's happening is, through this mechanism of updates, which is a wave function, which is the way the fiber decides what's going to update or not, is translating a cycle into a hierarchy. And so like it becomes a multifactor spiral. So the essence of spacetime is a multifactor spiral, which is this mechanism of, relative to a reference frame, the updating mechanism of the movement of the cycles into hierarchies, which is the essence of information. So I think a good way to think about the DOM is like a multifactor spiral on spacetime, because the cycles become a spiral when they are translated into a hierarchy. And that's related to the fast Fourier transform, which is the same, which is the transformation of a cycle to sine or cosine wave. It's like two different ways of looking at the same thing, and I think that's the essence of spacetime, because they are separated through time. They are the same thing, but observed on different frames. But it's like a fourth dimensional object. And that's the nature of perception. So I think that the fiber mechanism is probably mimicking that. But obviously I have no idea if this is true or not, or if it makes sense. Might be completely wrong. But it's also interesting to think about. Like, it would be interesting if I could capture the essence of this. Actually capture in real time what is happening, like on a, like make a visualization of that in a geometrical way. And then also to think about what are the differences between DOMs, because if you think about it, like all the websites are going to have very similar structures, and what's going to change is just the nuance of that structure, and that's why it's a multifractal. Because the patterns stay the same, which is this fundamental rule sets, which is the laws of physics, and then the nuance between them, which is the information, is the particular way into which the cycles become hierarchies, which becomes a spiral from another level of perspective, because it's interconnected, and then all these spirals are entangled with each other, and that's what creates geometry. I think this might be one of the tricky things here, because it might be like the whole thing about the fiber that decides which is a high priority update and which isn't. It might be possible that the parent is updated before the child. But I think from the videos I saw, I remember that, well, but maybe it flags first, because I think that the first iteration it flags everything. It goes to the bottom until it has no child, then it goes back, and then it goes to the siblings. So I think it should be, but maybe because of the way it flags updates, there can be a situation where the parent is updated before the child, and then you get this problem. Because I think the fiber doesn't know necessarily if there are like any dependencies in components. I think the question is how is context handled in fiber updates or in the React reconciler? Because I think that this is the issue. But maybe like if it was the issue, then it wouldn't work on the other components, because I'm using app here as well and it was working. So like by the time it creates this, it shouldn't have the app as well. Let's see what parts of the cycle that happens. So blah blah blah. So mouse happens after. Happens here. So let me comment the thing out and see what happens. Yeah, that's the thing. I guess it's because the mouse doesn't mount. Maybe that's why. But how can I check if the mouse mounts or not? I think any component that I use, like any custom component, would have the same effect as the one that I have right now. Because like the specifics of the component don't change the cycle, I think. So like, I think it's an issue only when you use the custom components. But then like it wouldn't make sense because it wouldn't break when I put the code directly here. Like that's the thing that doesn't make sense. Let me see. Yeah, here it doesn't have any dependencies. So first I'm gonna console log the app.view here. See if it exists during the whole cycle. Like if that was the case, then it would work if I put the viewport inside of the use effect. So why doesn't it work here? It might be something else that I'm missing. That's the problem. Like this is the thing that is difficult about this, that I'm not 100% sure where the problem is coming from. Because there's several different things that can be the issue. I think the problem like is specifically from the class. I think the reason why it's not an issue here is because the reference changes with the updates. But the problem with the class is that it has the same reference. So I think it's an issue with the reference. Because when you create the class, you're initializing the object, the class of the app inside of this class. So it keeps a reference to that class. But when I do it like... Yeah, but it should work if that was the case. No, actually, I think that you might be correct because regardless of where I put the app here, when I create another class, it uses the app, so it maintains the reference. But when I'm using the app in different ways that are not passed here, then it doesn't matter because the reference changes each time. So here, like, is using a different reference, but maybe that's not true because then like this is also being used inside of this class, this create function here. But maybe the create function doesn't mind. Like it creates a new object each time. Yeah, I think that because it is a function, it makes a different object each time. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not. Yeah, but let me do this, see what happens. I think I'm gonna get the same issue. It looks like it's working now. Yeah, the problem is everything is no here. In the first one, everything is no. Yeah, same thing. I should test without rendering first. But I think pretty confident I'm gonna get the same error. Yeah. But the thing is, when I do it inside of there, it gives me the error here on the event system. But when I do it through the other component, it gives me the error here. Yeah, maybe it's because the class, it could be because the class initializes the DOM element as null as well. So the question is, why does using the app, if it was a cycle, the problem, then why using the app on the other functions still works? And then it doesn't work only on this case when I'm using passing the app context to the pixi view part. And on the other ones, it works, so. Yeah, this is the thing, because it's gonna initialize this as a null. What makes it so that this becomes a element? Then the other thing that I can try to do, if the Pixi viewport doesn't work, you can just try to use these events from the app directly. Maybe I can try to do this now. Just call app.render and then just call the onWheel. So like access this class directly and then pass. Let's see how this works. Yeah, I have to pass the canvas then to the, which would be app view, I think. Our app stage, maybe. That's another thing that I can try. It is weird that this thing is no here. I wanna know when it stops being no. Because the problem is that like there's so many different classes and functions. Like this could be set anywhere. Like could be set outside, inside, whatever. Maybe another thing I can try is just inside of here, I change the value of the element. Just put the value equal to whatever I want the thing to be. I have to see what is the canvas on the, I think it's the renderer. Like I could put here these viewports. The viewport is not the app, but I think it doesn't receive that either. Yeah, the only thing that it receives is the event. So to the events. Well, that's the other thing that I realized, is that maybe I should change. But the thing is that viewport inherits the other class and then it's gonna have the event mode through the chain of connections of the classes. So it inherits container and then container inherits the display object, which inherits the event emitter, which is gonna use this stuff here. So it's like it's both. I'm passing through the options, the events, which are these app renderer events, and I'm also passing through the class itself. But maybe I should access the options events and do that with these viewports. Options.events, event mode. And the documentation, like, because there's so many things happening, it's kind of confusing. Like, I don't like the documentation that much. It just talks about just shows the source code pretty much, but it doesn't explain how everything's connected. So I think, like, this is why it's hard, is because, like, I think I need to clarify this more, how it works. Like, how is Pixi viewport supposed to be integrated with this event system? And then in the context of that, how does it work with the rendering cycle of the custom reconciler and the Pixi component? I think that's what. And it's tough because I don't know which direction to go first, because it might be either one of these things or it might be both of them at the same time. So it might be a reference to the object that is messing up. It might be because it's initialized as null. But then, like, why would this? So I think the first thing that I have to do is just clarify how this thing gets initialized. Where, at what point of this classes this changes the value? Because I think, but the thing is, even there is not, it doesn't start being null, I think. But maybe wrap renderer dot events dot DOM elements. Let's see. Yeah, it just starts being the canvas. So, like, I don't understand. Because it is initialized as null, so. So obviously there's, if it is initialized as null, and it is a canvas when I'm console logging here, obviously there's something happening on when the app is initialized, probably. But then why it would be null at some point after the event? I think it's because the events become null and not because. Yeah, but it is like it is calling the function, so it shouldn't be. It should be because the DOM element is null. So I need to understand how this DOM element is being created in the event system. Like, how is it being updated? I think I'd have to do that before I study the reconciler, because it might be something else. So this might help me. Uh, this console. I think I'm gonna remove or comment this one out. I'll comment this one out as well. So let's do the DOM element. I think it's gonna be, yeah, it is the canvas. So what the hell is going on? And then it is undefined many rows. It doesn't make sense. I think I'll be right back. had an idea to just to put the console log on the destroy here. And then I'm gonna know what is inputs as well. My input manager. I don't know if it's being called. That explains everything, I think. But like, if I use with the component, the custom component, then it's gonna mess up. So the difference between doing here and there is that this component doesn't get destroyed. The component might get destroyed, but it doesn't destroy the class. Interesting. So let me comment this out. But I think that's the case. Pretty sure. And that's the difference between the two approaches. But just because it doesn't get destroyed. But let me think. Yeah, so here is no. Yeah. It's interesting that it doesn't print anything here. So maybe it didn't get called. I think, no. Yeah, I comment this out, so it should be calling when it's mounting. Yeah, because in this part it didn't amount, that's the thing. So it only amounts here. And by the time it amounts, it is no. Because it is being amounted after the other one. So that's the thing. That's the reason why, the difference between the two. The other one, it doesn't call destroy. But because the component was mounted, it destroyed the app. So the reference becomes null. But it still shows that it has a canvas. Because it's showing the canvas for the new one. But like that doesn't make sense to me. Because if it is showing the canvas, then it should have like a new reference. So you should be using the newest reference to trigger the event. So the question is, why does it show that it has the canvas there? I think it's because like, what if I use callback? Initialize. So I should think about how I can ask this. I think that what's happening is that at each time it has a new instance of the app. So it shows that it has the canvas there when it's initializing because it is the new instance that is being called. But then like it doesn't make sense because Like even if this amounts, is gonna mount again and then it's gonna have a new reference. So it should be, the event should be on the newest reference. How can I ask the question to ChatGPT? It's only calling this once in the true rendering process. Because it's calling after the component has mounted there. Because I'm gonna print a console log on the, or uncomment the one that I did there in the beginning. And then it has again. Let me try something as well. I'm not really sure. The problem is the instance of the app. Like here. What if I called this app dot render events not destroy? It still doesn't work. Like, how do I know if it is? I think maybe. Let me think. Like, I need to have a way to see, to compare the references, to see on each render if it is the same. Like, what reference is being used? Because the thing that doesn't add up is if it was a reference problem where it initializes first, then it destroys on the second render, but it's still using the first reference to call the event, then why would it do that? Why wouldn't it? But here I think the problem is that it's just mounting, trying to mount when the app is destroyed. So it's not that. So, other thing you can try is just comment this out here. Let's see. Yeah, now it works fine. So like it is that stuff that I'm suspecting. I'm just trying to clarify in my mind how is it possible, because it doesn't make a lot of sense in my mind that you would use the previous app, like in the case where I don't mount the component, where it doesn't get the error in the beginning. Why would they use the reference to the previous one? I think it has to do with the callback use callback, the way that updates the state. I think maybe I should watch the video again from, I think it was web dev Cody or something like that. But the thing is, I don't like, because I know that use callback is used for functions, but I'm not really sure if for classes is the same thing. This is the guy that I'm thinking about. Like there's also the thing about the context, that it's creating the context on each renderer for the app, and I'm using that context. It might be that. Yeah, here it works now because I'm not destroying the app. So it is the thing that I'm thinking about. Yeah, there's still a problem where I can't move the nodes. But this way I think is bad because I should be cleaning up the thing on each render, I think. So I think that the issue is the reference, where the Pixi viewport uses the reference of the previous app to trigger the event. And the problem is that it's not cleaning up. Yeah, that's the thing, is because at each render, the state of the stage is being updated, like it's destroying, creating new app at each render. But Pixi is not cleaning up when you don't re-render, because I'm not using the return. I'm not destroying inside of the use effect. That's the thing. So here I would have the same effect if I was returning and then destroying the viewports, I think. I think I can test that out. That's the issue. So it would be the same thing. But then when you don't destroy the viewport, it uses the reference to the first one. So like it prints that it has the canvas, but it's still the canvas. No, but then how does it do that? Wouldn't it have to print no if the reference were destroyed, like on the second time that it renders? I think that's the part that is weird. How is it possible that like maybe the thing that is going on is that it creates a new instance each time, regardless of whether or not you destroy. And that's why it prints the canvas the second time that it renders here. But then the event listener itself is still attached to the old version, and the old version was destroyed. And then that's why it says undefined there. and see if it gives anything useful based on this. So, yeah, it doesn't make sense. So maybe something else that I'm missing here. It could be that the act of triggering the event listener itself triggers the re-rendering, but I think it doesn't because it doesn't display the console logs there. And that's the thing as well, that it is creating a canvas that has the user ref. Let me think. There's so many things going on in my mind. I could pass the view instead of the events, but I think it wouldn't be the right thing to do. I need to understand why this is happening first. Once I understand why, then I have a path to solve, I think. Obviously, the solution, like it works now, but it's not the correct way. Because I need to need to destroy the app, I think, on each render. So the question is, why does not destroying it make it work? And I think like the logic in my mind is the only thing that makes sense to me right now, but according to the ChatGPT answer is not correct, because, and also like it wouldn't make sense, like I think the reference to the event listener has to update at each render as well. So like it doesn't matter that's yeah, it doesn't matter that the viewports didn't get destroyed, because the reference would be new, would be to the latest one that was created. Maybe it's because I'm not putting the app here as dependencies as well. Yeah, if that's the case, then it's bad here as well. Like, why does this one work if it is being recreated each time without putting the app in here on the dependencies? So how can I see? I forgot how to clean up this stuff on the return. Now returns a function. Maybe because but it's not using. Oh, actually, the canvas is using reuse graph. So this might be why. So here's passing app.view. So because it's just passing app.view, and view uses the canvas, which uses the ref, then the ref persists between after each render. But the other one doesn't. So even though it creates only in the beginning, it still has access to the new one because it's the same reference. I think this might be the case. And then this is the reason why this one fucks up, because it loses the reference to the. But then, like, why wouldn't the listener be attached to the most recent version of the DOM element? Yeah, so same problem here. You because it would amount after. But I think this is it gives me more insight because it means that it's always the same cycle. Like it's not dependent on the React fiber thing. Maybe it is the way that they designed, because all these components are inside of the React custom React reconciler they created. So it might be because of the logic that they implemented to update the components to amount. But it may also be because it may also be the case that this is the normal way that happens. Yeah, so that's the thing here. That's what's happening. So like when I don't mount the component, it still works. And it's printing like 2 times because it is creating a new reference, but the event listener didn't change. The event listener is still pointing to the first reference because it wasn't removed. And then if I try to destroy the component, then it fucks up because of the order of the updates. I think I figure out. That's the issue. So now is how to solve it. I think I'm gonna write down here so I don't remember. So I remember. That's the problem. You go right back. Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. It makes a lot more sense to amount the children before. So it's probably like a decision they made. The weird thing is, why was it working before in the previous version? There's so many questions I have. But I think I'm making progress. So now I understand much better, I think, what is going on. The other questions I have is gonna be related to the hierarchy of importance on event listeners. If you have event listeners on the parent div and on the child, which one, how to decide which one gets the higher priority, which is the case that I have there. I have the event listeners on the canvas, and then, but I think they are both on the canvas though. But I'm not sure why it was working before to move the nodes around. So I'm gonna have to fix that also. But first, I'm gonna focus on fixing the zoom. So like what is happening is that the issue, I think like the React doesn't have any way to know that the child component has the context of the parent, is using the use app context. So the question is, how does it work when that's the case? Like when there's a child component that is using the use context, and then you change the parent component. So the parent component is going to be unmounted and mounted again. Then it's going to destroy the context. How does that work? Like it might be something that is standard in React. This is what I'm trying to figure out now. As if it is something that is standard in React, then there might be other ways to go about it. But it may also be that is an issue with the way that they designed the reconciler. And then if that's the case, then I can fix the reconciler to update properly. That's the thing. But if it's a standard way that React does things, then it might be better to think about another approach. And then there's several other things like I think that are possible to do. Like there's so many things, that's the problem. One of the things would be to pass a different value to the events. The other thing would be to not use pixi viewport, use something else. The other is to investigate the hierarchy of classes there on the pixi viewport and try to manipulate the functions inside in some ways that is gonna make it work. Like there's several different ways to go about it. That's the challenge. And the thing is that after I fix the wheel, I still have to think about the other components. That's why it's challenging. So I have to think about, like, I want to understand more this hierarchy of event listeners as well. Like what happens if you put the same event listener on different places and then you attach different functions to it? So how does JavaScript or React handles the conflict? So maybe this is the issue as well, is because the class, the stage is the thing that creates the provider. In part of this life cycle is to create the provider by the render method. And then it creates the reference, and then it deletes the app later. But the thing is, the context is a consequence of the app. So I think that app cycle has higher precedence, let's say. Yeah, let me think about it. And so how can I clarify? Like one thing I can try. Oh, but the thing is, well, I'm not using the sender because I'm using this stage. What I could try to do, but maybe it's too much work, is to create another component file and then just use standard components, like create a class component myself, and then just use the user-factor-c and console log the life cycles there to see if this is the same thing. Like when using the standard React render, or if it is gonna remove in the correct way, because that would allow me to know if the problem is on the React reconciler or is just like another way that I have to think about it. I think it should be on the React-pixi the problem. That's what my intuition tells me, because the functions allow you to have control of what's gonna be removed. But maybe because the thing is, the reason why I'm uncertain is that it also depends on the life cycle of React. The way that it amounts the children or the dependencies. So I think what I have to clarify more is how, when there are different components that depend on each other, on the state, based on the context, how does React decides what's going to be amounted first? Because I think that's the key, the core of the issue here is that the order of amounting matters because of the reference. So the correct way would be to remove everything that is dependent on the thing that is going to be amounted first, which is dependent on the app provider. So like if you're gonna remove the provider, the component that is the provider, you should remove everything that depends on the provider first. You should amount that first to re-render, and then only after you amount everything, then you amount the parent, and then you mount the parent again, and then mount everything else. That would be the thing that makes the most sense in my mind. But I'm not sure if that's the standard way. Like, it should be the standard way. So I have to clarify how this React handles the context on the renderer. So I think that's one component. The other component is the reference, that even listeners keep the same reference unless you clean them up. So those are the key two things here. Yeah, it must be a problem of the reconciler. Yeah, but the thing is, let me think. I can try to call the app events directly here and then remove the things. Media query, remove event listener. Because yeah, the thing, it wouldn't. Like if I'm gonna remove the event listeners, then it has to be a generic thing, because I can't make this class be coupled with the Pixi viewport. Like you would have to remove all the event listeners that are attached to the app. And like regardless of class, or I have to find a way to unmount the children before it destroys the app. I think this is the issue here. I can use this on mount as well. On this stage there, I think. And then remove the event listers on mount. No, that's another approach. So this answer is more clear. Yeah, so I think that's the case. But like, I don't know, I'm really reluctant to think that this is the case because it was working on the previous versions of the React-pixi. And the previous versions also used the app context. And there are examples there that use that. So like if it was using before, how is it possible that the function is wrong? Because the only thing that changed is the event cycle. Like the way that it handles events. So this is the thing that it doesn't make sense to me. I think it is calling the correct order. That's the thing. That's the reason why I think it's something else. I'm just messing up here. It might be. I'm not sure if it's the way that I'm implementing things outside here. I could. That's how it would work on the previous versions. But I'm pretty sure I'm also doing things in the same way that they did in the example for the previous versions. Yeah, it has to be on the cycle. How is it possible? Point to amounts. Let me see the destroy function for the app. Where is the... I think it's on the stage. It's not passing any arguments. Because maybe this destroy function should be destroying everything that uses. I think is even if it destroys the things related to the class, it may not destroy the reference outside of this. Because I'm like attaching the event listener through something else. Through the like the other class. So it creates and then destroys. And then the other one has the reference to the old one. So I think the problem is not someone here, probably. Let me think about this. It doesn't destroy the canvas. No, but but it doesn't destroy the canvas actually, because this value here is always going to be the same after the first render. Maybe that's why the other ones don't get an error. Yeah, but the other examples were using the app as well. Yeah, that's the thing. It was using the ticker, app ticker. But maybe the ticker doesn't matter. That like because it's not an event listener, so I have to see on the view part how it's used. Like maybe it doesn't matter that, like, because the ticker might be updated through each reference. Just not is different than the listener that doesn't change the reference that it pointed to, unless you manually clean it up. Might be the case that with the ticker you're also always using the new reference, so it doesn't matter. I think that's probably what is going on. So that's the reason why it worked here, and it's the same thing with the plugins here. But it might be because of the way that it destroys there, because when you're using the plugins, the way that it was destroying would clean it up for you. The interactions. And the destroy function here. Because this function is getting into the plugins and then destroying the plugins. So before, I think that's the main difference. Before it was using the plugins as part of the interaction. So when you call the app.destroy, it probably cleans up this thing for you. But then, like, wouldn't it be the same problem because this would still point to the old version? Because when it destroys the app, it should destroy everything. So the reference is still would be no, I think. That's the thing. But maybe it's a waste of time. You should think about the previous version because it doesn't matter. But I think the reason why I'm thinking about this is because I think maybe it matters to figure out how to solve now, because I don't know what is the correct path to. Like, it might be the case that before it was working because it destroys here, and then when it calls this function, it destroys the plugins. But it doesn't destroy the... But if that was the case, it wouldn't make sense. It doesn't destroy the events. Yeah, maybe I have to pass the app view there, but I think it wouldn't matter. I think I can try, but... I think it's gonna have any effect. Because it doesn't have the hands. New ticker listener. So the question is, why was it working before? Not working now. Render plugins interaction. Yeah, it's the same ticker though. That's the thing. Because the way that it was working here is the same. Like just getting the context for the app, then passing here, and then creating the thing based on that. So I don't understand how is it possible to work here, but then it fails there. It doesn't make sense. Like it makes me think that it's not related to the cycle. It's something else that I'm missing. The thing is, maybe they changed the library. See if there's a version here for the library. Or maybe there's on package.json. Pixi viewport 4.17. I think I'm gonna try to find this version here. Right back. I think I have an idea. I'm just gonna create another project and then I'm gonna install everything. I'm gonna follow the tutorial there and then I'm gonna see install everything with the versions that he has here. I'm just gonna see what happens. I have to see the view one, the part one. See if I can find it. Oh, there's a part 3. You don't know. So part 3, part 2, and part 4 as well. But I think all these other ones are just talking about how to use it. As there's nothing. I want to see what command he used to start the project, so I can do exactly the way that he did it. Probably use the create React app. I think I'm gonna go with something. But first, I'm gonna install this stuff. So, like, the reason why I'm doing this now is so I can clarify what happens there. Like, why is it working when with the previous version, but then it stopped working with this one? Because the thing that changed was the events, but it doesn't make sense to me if both versions are using the app ticker. If like the other one would have an error if you're using the context. If it was like the mistake I'm getting there is because of the cycle, then why was it working on the previous version? And I think that might give me clues on what is the best way to fix the version that I have now. And based on the stuff that I saw, I think it's because of this cycle, but then it doesn't make sense with the previous version. Why was it working? And maybe I should eat now. I think I'm gonna eat while this stuff is installing. And I'm gonna watch these videos here and maybe watch the videos about React Fiber again. Yeah, I'm gonna watch these videos here while I eat.
Welcome to another Under the Hood of. Today we'll be looking at NPM. NPM is the official package manager for the Node.js ecosystem. It was first released, since Node was first released, it's come with NPM built in. The initial release date for NPM was 12th of January 2010. Since then, it's grown into the world's largest software registry. I would expect most engineers in the JS ecosystem to know all about either NPM or Yarn, as they're critical to most local CI and CD flows. However, in the overview section, I'm going to cover the core functionality, as this is what we'll be focusing on building later. This talk will be broken down into two parts. Part A will be an overview, we'll look at the CLI, the registry, the website, and modules, REST packages. And then part B will be building our own Node.js package manager, doing the registry, CLI, and website. And then finally, where we missed, what ours does not do, which the real one does. So we start with part A, our overview. So the CLI is open source code available on GitHub. It's currently in version 7, and there's over 700 contributors. The CLI commands are Node.js scripts and require the format npm command. You can actually point the CLI to any registry. You can see npm add user with any registry there. A couple of the commands, so npm init will create a new package, set up a new package, creates a package JSON, among other things. Npm install, the code is located in that install file there. It uses npm registry fetch, which you can see there. It generates node modules, it downloads the dependencies defining the package JSON, we'll come to the module resolution next. It downloads, it generates a log file, we'll see log file next as well, and it utilizes the cache and module cache next as well. So a bit more on the install, so the log file. It generates a package log.json describing the dependency tree that was installed. This is for deterministic installs, so for subsequent installs. If the log exists, the install is driven by that. The log file stores an integrity hash for each dependency. This hash, or checksum, is of the package table uploaded to the registry. It can be SHA-1, which is the old npm, or SHA-512, which is the newer npm. It's akin to a sub-resource integrity check in HTML browsers. Point on the module resolution. So npm installs per package, and sequentially, i.e. it moves on once that package is installed. This means it can be quite slow to finish. Currently, it installs all the nested dependencies as efficiently or flat as possible. If a version is the first for a dependency, it is top level. If it's not the first version, then it's stored with the parent that requires it. You can see the diagram explaining more there. The old package resolution, which is pre-npm 5, was done on disk by Node.js node modules. This was much slower and is not used anymore. So final point on npm install, on the cache, it stores HTTP request and response data and other package-related data. It uses a library called Cache. The library is responsible for package fetching. All the data passed through the cache is verified for the integrity of insertion and extraction, and cache corruption will usually trigger a refetch, so clearing the cache may be necessary for reclaiming disk space, which will be the only time using the cache. A couple of commands, we've got npm version, it bumps to the local version, updates the package JSON and the package log, also creates a version commit and a tag, or git.
So I want to talk.
There's npm pack, which creates a table, which is the zip of the package. It's under like package.target.json, .gz. And there's an example screenshot there on the right that we produced. And then npm publish, code is located in this publish.js file. It runs npm pack as part of it. It sends the table to the registry. And publishing a package consists of at least one step, which is this HTTP put with metadata payload and a table. So you can see in the log footprints npm HTTP fetch put and the response if you want it. So the registry, it's a large public database of JavaScript packages and the meta information surrounding it, its versions, just like Git. It uses Apache's NoSQL database PackDB to manage publicly available data, and it offers storage performance and replication. It has database for users and one for registry, and the latter holds the packages. On the tables, there's a link to more of there, but it uses PackDB's attachments and package tables. It's really easy to upload or download an attachment from PackDB, simpler than most of the other NoSQL alternatives. There's an API. So Couch naturally exposes an HTTP endpoint, which means it has an API built into it by default. For auth, there is a /_ session endpoint there, which is to create a new cookie-based session, or it accepts an authentication header for base or both natively. You can use design document rewrites, and we'll get to that in a second. You can build redirects to different parts of the database. And in querying. So CouchDB is very dynamic, and that allows you to create a kind of schema called design document for a given section. This can include JavaScript functions. Yeah, it can store and run JS code internally, which is really cool. Which you can get execute at given events. So for example, if you're updating a list of functions, we'll run the document updated. It also has views, which are functions that take document data and produce searchable lists of information based on the document's contents. There are other types of mechanisms, more details in that link. A couple of links. We've got the CouchDB tables and the API for registry details. The CouchDB views, an example doc image for their DB setup is npm.couchdb. It details how to update a local npm file to use a local DB registry. And then finally, some apps use this very popular lightweight proxy at -io for many reasons, one of which is the independent caching in case anything is down. So the website, found at npm.js.org, is a name which was first registered in March 2010, so it's 11 years old. It's built using Webpack, React, and Lodash. Its assets are served by the CDN Cloudflare, any payments are processed via Stripe. It connects with data from the registry CloudFree instance. Packages are located at npm.js/packages, /package. The README Markdown file is loaded as the landing page content with Markdown rendered HTML, which is pretty cool. npm also shows a load of other information, such as weekly download number, its version, unpackaged size, and GitHub location, see the image on the right, which you'll be very familiar with. Finally, a note on modules versus packages. A module is a file directory that can be loaded by Node.js, located inside node modules. CLI packages are not modules. They can't be loaded by Node.js until they're unzipped into a folder first. Two versions of the same module can exist, so for instance, version 1 and version 1.01, and they will not conflict. Generally, npm packages are modules, and they're loaded via require or import. So, now on to part B, we're going to be building our own Node.js package manager. So, we'll be building an app which consists of all three aspects of npm. The aim is to get a basic proof of concept which will work for free. We're going to be using registry, CLI, and website. So we're going to be using something like example lib, which is a small package which returns some text, and example app, which is a small express server using the previous package. And we can use those to test it works. We're going to wrap all of the above into a single monorepository with multiple packages. So the registry. For this, we're going to use the default CloudFree Docker image. It includes a basic unauthenticated CloudFree instance. Our service compose to our apps. So you can see on the left, our compose YAML starts like you see here. It doesn't need a volume mounted or anything this way. And on the right, we're going to be making use of a makefile to system running it. So we're going to start by building and creating the registry, the registry database, and then later I add a stop and reset to control the Docker application and reset the database quickly. And then open the browser confirms the database and the CloudFree instance exists, and you can see that image at the very bottom. On CLI, located in our monorepo in packages CLI. We're going to be creating two commands for the POC, so install and publish. So the package JSON will look like this on the left. Using binaries means that inside the package CLI folder, we can run load and install. And from any directory internal, we can run the commands on the left. So we've got npm install global, and then we've got these commands that we run, our npm publish and our npm install. I've chosen to split these into a single script and use arguments, like real npm, but I could have chosen to do it, but real one does like pressing the arguments, could use something like YR to do it, but it didn't seem worth it for this with concept. So the install script, located at the package CLI scripts install, there's 4 steps. Step 1, you can see on the right-hand side. Grab the package name and the rdeps object in the current working directory package JSON. Step 2, just load up, iterate over each item in rdeps. The version is ignored throughout the concept. Then we make a fetch request with DB table attachment. It will be like a /registry, /repo name, or /repo name.target.gzip. And then write the files to a local temp.target.gzip or person. Step 3, we now go on the left. We extract the temp.target.gzip contents from the library into the current working directory modules, the current working directory's node modules, or just repo name. And then step 4, finally, we delete the temp.target.gzip. We can get the publish script now. Look at that package CLI scripts publish. So it is 4 steps as well. So it's on the right by the run. So from the current working directory, grab the package JSON file name field, and then 1.2, the readme.md contents. Step 2 now, on the package repo function, create a table in the current working directory. Now step 3, which is on the left. For the same package, we're going to send the package table as an attachment, and the readme contents is plain text to our package instance. The document name is the package name. And then step 4, finally, which is at the bottom on the right, which is going to be a local table file. So now to the website, located under packages/website. We're going to be using Docker to create a basic Node.js application, and the Docker file looks like this. We're pulling from the Node image and creating the app directory, install the dependencies, bundle the app source, and then run start code. So the website continues. So the website details are located in the package website source server.js. So let's go through the steps. So step 1 inside the request. So for a request to the packages/package name URL, so now on the right here, we're going to query the CloudFree instance with the package name. That's on the left, step 1. And then step 2 on the right, using the showdown library under the readme markdown as HTML. If no package found, and nice messages printed. You can see on the right, no package found. Lastly, we're going to add the website to our Docker compose, so we can run it with the registry database. So the Docker compose now looks like this. So we've got our 2 services, we've got a website, and the CloudFree database. So we now have 3 of the core 3 jobs carried out by npm. So we can test it works by using an example application and the example library. So example lib, located on the packages example lib, which is a string. So you can see it's here's the JSON, here's the package JSON there, and the index file there just to return this example lib data. Now onto the second part of testing app, we've got the example app, which will print information from the real library, from the real library using Express and RxL library. So the packages example app package JSON looks like this on the left. As mentioned, the version is ignored for our proof of concept started now there. The packages example app source index is below. You can see I've just imported Express and our example app lib, just printing the statement and also printing some code from the Express function from the URL code function, just one picked at random. So lastly, test it works, we're going to update the rest of our makefile to also remove the package installed and uninstall the global binary commands. So the final makefile looks like this. You can see inside the reset we've included the global installs. So now we'll run our example. The first half is set here. So we've got our set of commands. So we run makeup, make reset, and then makeup. So we're going to check the website for the package, we open that URL there. We will see the package is not existed, we get a nice message. We then run the script to set the database in CLI to make DB. We can then change directory into the CLI, install the script globally. Now we're going to publish the package and check the website. So we're going to change directory into the example lib, run our npm publish script, which is then publish the example lib to our registry. So continuing from previously, so we can now open the example lib.target.gzip location of the package registry, and we can now see that it's the package readme is there, so you can see it on the website. Now we want to use this package on the website connected to the registry, and the registry will zip the package inside that we published from our script. So there's the first kind of 12 commands. Now we'll use this package. So we're going to change directory into the example app. We'll run npm start, and we see that we're getting a missing package error, which is exactly what we expect. Now we run our install binary command, and it will install the package from the package JSON from the rdeps list, and then we run npm start, and the package is found, and now you can see it works. So that's it. Our npm works. Good stuff. So what have we missed? As mentioned, there is functionality to each of the 3 core concepts, elements taken with from app. Just some, there are many, I know. So CLI, various commands, including init and pack, the ability to download the package via an argument, creating a lot file, which includes versions and dependency info, caching and request response data, flags, if you just want to include some, it's all about some part of the package JSON, dependency module resolution, which npm has a lot of logic for this, which we had touched on previously. Registry, so there's no authentication, so we add some very authentication on the CloudFree instance. Having a SHA-5 some hash of the table content itself for this sub-resource that we check, we do any checks. Install counter, assemble package versions, and then finally website, show install counter, show versions, and integrity hash, and a decent UI, also which is a white screen. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching. I learned a huge amount about npm from this research, and I hope it was useful for you, even as a refresher. You can find the repository also here, and check my site for more underhooks. Thanks very much. Take care.
a little bit about React hooks, and more specifically, if you're using this ESLint plugin called React Hooks Recommended, which most people recommend that you have this set up if you're doing React development, you might see an error like this where it says like you're trying to call an effect, and inside that effect you call a function, and it's saying that hey, like your dependency arrays is missing get Pokemon. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of walk you through my understanding of this. I'm not fully grasping a lot of this stuff, but let me try to break it down for you because I'm sure you've run into this if you're using like Next or any type of Blender. So obviously, when this component first renders, we want to fetch all of the Pokemon from this Pokemon API, right? So this is a URL that we do a GET request on and gives you back a list of Pokemon, and we are basically just calling that URL using the fetch method. We get back the results and get back to Pokemon. So the results actually has all the Pokemon in it, it's an array of Pokemon, and we set that on state. So that should be pretty straightforward. I'm sure you've done some type of on-mount event or effect here before. And the fact that we have an empty dependency array means that this is only going to happen once when we mount the component. So this is complaining. If you hover over this, it tells you the exact rule, the exhaustive depths rule. Obviously, the quickest fix for this, if you don't want this crap annoying you, you just go here and turn it off. Right? Just turn the rule off. But a lot of people in the React community say that this is important. You should keep it on. So at least keep it as warn. You can also turn it as error, I believe, if you want to. If you want your app to just not compile or not run, you could do error and then get rid of it quickly. But let's just keep it as warn for now. So how do you actually fix this? We kind of explained what's going on, or maybe we didn't explain what's going on. So the reason this is complaining is because this effect is calling a function. And in order to like kind of quote unquote do proper React, you want any external dependencies that the effect is depending on to kind of be put into dependencies arrays in case the component were to be passed in different props or something were to change with how this thing was defined. You want to make sure that the effect reruns. And it's really kind of use case by use case. Some instances you want it to be an on mount so you can keep it as a warning, like disable it. But other cases like this can actually catch real bugs in your code, which is why they recommend you turn on. Okay, I don't know if I explained that well, but hopefully you can understand like the gist of it. So how do you actually fix this issue? Like what are some approaches to fix it? Well, the first one is I would take this code and don't put it in your component, right? You want to abstract your component away from the actual like service calls, in my opinion. So just cut this code out, put it up top. And instead of this actually calling set Pokemon, like this doesn't need to know about state. Keep it abstract from React. All it needs to know is that it needs to return some Pokemon. Okay. And when we do that, we can simply go here and say then set Pokemon. All right. So the reason this fixes the issue is because when this index.js page loads, this method is only going to be created once. It doesn't get recreated on re-render. It just gets created once. And one thing I probably should talk about is maybe I didn't mention it before. If I were to undo all this and go back to the old approach that was kind of quote unquote broken, the reason this, like I can't just put get Pokemon in here. Let me show you what happens. You might have seen this infinite request of doom. So if I post this get Pokemon here, you might think, okay, that should fix it. And I'm going to save this. Luckily, this linter is telling me that there's going to be an issue. But if I save this, if I go back to my UI, notice that it let me stop this real quick. It continuously fetches all the Pokemon from the API over and over again in an infinite loop. And the reason this is happening is because when you put get Pokemon in this dependencies array, it's going to fetch the Pokemon, which then sets state on React, which then is going to set Pokemon state here, which is going to cause the component to re-render, which is going to say, and then React's going to say that, hey, this get Pokemon thing has been redeclared, again, because we're redeclaring this function every time this component gets re-rendered, right? So every single time you change state or you pass in a different type of props, we're going to recreate this function, which is going to re-invoke this use effect. So then you get this infinite loop of just like fetching Pokemon, setting Pokemon, fetching Pokemon, setting Pokemon. So let me show you another fix. I showed you how you can kind of pull these up to the top, but let's say you want to keep these in your actual React component. Well, another approach, I don't recommend this approach, but another approach is you can just put this straight inside your use effect, right? Just put this code here, and now this effect doesn't depend on any external function that might be reinitialized every single re-render. Again, I'm not a fan of this approach because I don't like to couple my API endpoint logic to my actual React component. That is one fix, and hopefully you understand why that's a fix, because this is only going to initialize these functions once and then call it. And then we don't care about anything because this effect, this whole function here is not calling any external function. It's not calling any state things. Well, I guess technically it's calling set Pokemon, but my linter's not complaining, so I guess we don't need to put it here. But let me show you another way. I'm going to show you all the ways I can think of to kind of fix this issue. So there's another thing that you can use called use callback or use memo. I'm going to use the use callback hook and just kind of show you how you can fix this. So let's say we have a function here, and we need to pass it as a dependencies array. So one quick little fix you can do is you can actually say use callback. There's a use callback hook, and you can pass it. Let me make sure I actually type in callback, and I'm going to go up here and import this real quick. All right, so now let's go back to the UI, make sure it's not like looping forever. All right, so it did a fetch for Pokemon, and that's it, one fetch. So this is working fine. The linter's not complaining. And what's going on is that the use callback hook, I'm not sure what it does internally, it might have like a use ref call or something, but basically it takes whatever function you pass it, and it kind of caches it. So if you were to keep on re-rendering this home, it doesn't return different references to this function. It's going to return the exact same function reference every single time. And if for some reason maybe you wanted to change this based on a property that was passed in, you could easily just put that here as a dependency. This thing would re-render. Let me give you an example. Let's say this is ID, and you need to actually pass the ID here. This is kind of pseudocode. This code probably won't work 100% well. So I'm just kind of giving you an example. But let's say you want to do this. So every time that the ID of the Pokemon is passed in, you want to basically reinitialize this function and just have a cache version laying around based on the ID. So this is another solution. I don't really like this approach either. It just seems hacky. It just seems like overcomplication just to simply fetch some API data. I would again just put your API calls up here and just try to get it to work that way. There's also another thing you can do called use memo. And the only difference between use effects or use callback and use memo is that use memo is supposed to take a value, right? So it's a little bit more different. Like use memo would be an actual, like if I want to get this to work, I think I could provide a function here. Let me go ahead and do that and see if it still works. Okay, so go ahead and see what happens. Well, I added this ID crap everywhere, so I'm just going to get rid of that and show you. 2 seconds. All right, let's see if this works. So again, this is working. And the difference between use memo is that use memo takes a value, right? So you have to pass it a value, not a function, which is confusing because I am passing a function, but this is actually a function that calls a function. And the reason is because I think use memo requires a function to return a value, and this is a value that's returning. So super confusing, which is why I would recommend using the use callback in this example, use callback. And then you have to do that stuff, but it's kind of two ways to do the same thing. Yeah, hopefully you learned something from this. So I kind of showed you how use effect kind of works, why sometimes use effect is called over and over and over again with an infinite loop if you don't do this correctly. But if you enjoyed watching this, give me a thumbs up, and have a good day. Have a good day.
All right, so someone in my Discord asked me if I could explain, like, when do you use just a normal JavaScript variable when you're dealing with React applications versus when do you use like the useState hook?
And I think in order to answer that question, you have to kind of understand like how does state work in React? How does re-rendering work in React? So the goal of this video is I want to actually just show you and give you a quick overview of like how the heck does React deal with state? How does it know when to re-render? And in order to kind of explain that, I'm actually going to take a different approach than probably most people. I'm going to go and I'm going to open up a new JavaScript file and we're going to just talk about some JavaScript, right? So if we have a variable here called count equal to 0, and then we had a function called render, and that function returned like, I don't know, my count is interpolate that count variable, and then I went ahead and just called that function with the console log. So let's just run that file and notice it prints out my count is 0, okay? So this is basically, you know, it's an oversimplified version of React, but this is kind of how React works, right? You have a function, and that function does something, like it can run computations, and then finally it returns some JSX, right? So when we're dealing with React, that's kind of how it just works. And if I call this multiple times, I mean, it's just going to print out the same count over and over and over again. And then if I were to go ahead and just like increment the count right here, so every time this render function calls, I increment the count by 1, that should also make sense what's happening. Every time you call this render function, I'm just incrementing some external variable. In this case, you can count this as like a global variable if you want to, but you kind of have to understand how closures work. This function, this block, has access to this variable and can increment and decrement and do whatever it wants with it, because of how closures work. So now if I were to render this 3 times, notice that the count keeps incrementing and I return a new string that has a new count. So you might ask, okay, why am I showing you this? Why is that related to React? Well, it turns out React is kind of similar where you make components with functions, and those functions can have some type of state, and you can technically have the components access outside variables, but the main difference is that you don't have control over when stuff re-renders, right? React has hooks set up to listen for when state's changing, and that is how it knows how to recall your function. So if you imagine right here, all of this is handled by the React framework or library, whatever you want to call it. So we don't actually tell, you know, React, hey, re-render me. You just change some state, and that will re-render your component. So I want to take the same example. I want to show you some caveats with React. So if I were to go to this, you know, app.jsx, I have a Vite app set up over here, which is running on this port. And if I go ahead and just do a very similar example where we have some count up here, I'm actually going to comment out that state right now because I want to kind of emphasize a point that I think it's important to understand. If I were to just make a button here called click me, and this button, when you click it, it actually increments that count variable. So I'm going to make it call a function. I'll say count plus plus. And what we're going to show you, or what I'm going to try to show you, I don't know if I'm going to do a good job at it, but I can basically put a debugger here, and I can put a debugger right here above this. Okay, so hopefully you understand like how the debugger works. It's a way to kind of step through your code and see how stuff is changing. So let me show you what's going on here. So if I go back to my React application and I click on that button, which is right in the center of the screen, I should get a debugger that stops. And if I were to look at the state of count, right, if I go over to count, which I believe I could just go ahead and add a watch here, so I'm going to say watch on count. Notice that it starts at 0, but when I clicked on this button, I'm actually going to run some code, which is going to increment that count by 1. And now this count variable outside of the component is actually incremented by 1. So the reason I'm showing this is like React has the ability to update and modify any type of normal JavaScript variable, right? This is just a function, so you can do exactly what I just showed you here inside of React. There's nothing stopping you from it. But the main takeaway is that when you don't have the actual use state hook being used to keep track of state, React doesn't know when to re-render. So if I go ahead and run this, actually won't show anything. Let me go ahead and print out count here. So I'm going to say count, and this is how you interpolate in React. You do these curly braces. But let me show you that again and get rid of the debuggers. When I click on this, the count is not getting re-rendered. Remember, the actual count of this variable, like if I were to console log this is indeed getting updated. Every time I click on this, you'll see it prints out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here. So we know that the variable in JavaScript is incrementing, but React just doesn't know when to re-render the page. All right, so with all that being said, like I hope you kind of have a good understanding of like, you know, React is basically just like functions that can do stuff, and they can basically act the same way with a JavaScript or JSX file. But the main thing I want to kind of share with you is that React doesn't know how to actually re-render because you're not hooking into the internals of React, right? So if you wanted to potentially let React know that, hey, I need to actually re-render, you can actually do something like this. I'm going to show you like a really quick hack. And again, this is all for demonstration purposes, so you have a better understanding of how like state and re-rendering works in React. So again, if I were to just go ahead and call this re-render function here, and I'm going to pass it math.random, what this is going to do is whenever you have the use state hook in a component, and whenever you call the setter function, that tells the lower level like logic of React, hey, this whole component changed. So I need to go back and re-render it and probably do some reconciliation and update the DOM, depending on if any of these, you know, shadow DOM nodes change or virtual DOM. I don't know what you call it. I think it's virtual DOM. So if I were to do this, like, again, this is not like how you potentially do it with a counter, but I just want to show you that whenever you have a use state setter and you call it with a new value, React is going to re-render your page. Now I can click this and you see that the count actually updates on the page. Okay, so understanding that I think is like one of the main takeaways of understanding like when does React re-render your stuff. Okay, now obviously there's an issue with this, right? So the main issue is if I were to make this into a separate component, like I'll just make a new component called counter, and I'll just go ahead and call this counter here, and go ahead and make that counter. Actually, let's do this. I'll export that. So if I keep all of this same code and I go ahead and make this a div, and now if I go back to the main app.jsx, instead of having all this, I'm just going to go ahead and put a couple counters like so. So I'm going to make, you know, I'll put 3 counters here. Now I don't need access to any of this stuff, but I will do something a little bit different. So all right, so that's going to show the button 3 times. I want to show you something really strange. When I click on these buttons, it does re-render this component because the state here is only telling this counter, this one individual counter to re-render. But these other components don't re-render. Now, another strange thing I'm going to show you is because that we're sharing this higher level count variable, all 3 of these counter components are actually bound in rendering the same count state, right? So if I go ahead and click on this one, notice it goes straight to 7, this will go to 8, this will go back to 9. And like, notice how it's all sharing the same counter just because of how JavaScript works. But the main takeaway I'm trying to show you is that you can actually have like external state, right? You can have an external state library that's holding onto your JavaScript variables, your JavaScript objects and state. And typically you can connect or do some type of hook that'll tell React when to re-render when those external things change, okay? So with all that being said, like, I hope you kind of understand that like you can still have variables outside of React. It's just that they're not bound into React and React doesn't know how to re-render them. So obviously the proper way to do this is we don't want this count externalized because now all 3 of these counters are sharing the same thing. We actually just want to use the count state. So I'm going to say the count, set count here. I'm going to set this equal to 0. And instead of doing this weird hack where I call like re-render with a math.random, you can just go ahead and say like set count, and I'll just say count plus 1, okay? And I know you guys are maybe, well, why don't you use the callback here? It's fine. Like, it's just a lesson. So now if I go back and I do this, like everything works properly. Every single component here, there's 3 components. In fact, if I hover over these, you'll see that we have 3 separate React components. If I go to the components tab, I have 3 counters, and all of those have different count states. And the main difference is that now I'm actually just using, I'm just using the baked-in state of React and putting my count directly in there so that when I click on and increment this count, that individual component is going to update. So going back to the original question that my Discord user asked me, or my Discord member asked me, is like, when do you use state versus just a normal variable? It kind of boils down to like, is your variable changing and do you need to render that out to the UI at all, right? If you have to render out to the UI and it never changes, you could literally put it up here. Like I could just say const my name is equal to Bob, and I could just render that out here, right? Perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the moment that you need to actually dynamically change this for whatever reason, or if you need to have different logic run side effects when my name changes, then you're going to have to put it in state, right? I'm going to have to pull it down here and say set name. This will be Bob by default. And now, like I'm going to render out name here. If I ever needed to change this, so for example, let's say every time you called it set name, we take name, we append count to it. Like just some stupid example, but notice that like whenever you need to dynamically change anything that's on the page or a value, it more than likely needs to be in your use state hook. So another thing that you'll always see in React, or often see in React, is this idea of like, do you put the constant here or do you put the variable here, right? And again, like if you're trying to create a variable that's derived off of the other stuff, right? So for example, if I wanted to instead put like computed name, this is considered like a derived variable, right? So if I wanted to make the name equal to name plus count, or something silly like this, I mean, this is just like a really basic example. But if you want to do something like this, and then you want to render out that computed name here, let me just go and get rid of that. So every time I click the count button, I want to basically render out the Bob with the count. Let me refresh my page. All right. So again, like what is the purpose of this? Well, sometimes you need to take in multiple state variables and you need to aggregate them together or run some type of logic based on their current value at that point in time, and you need to kind of compute like a new value. So for example, let's say you wanted to, I don't know, you had an array of numbers. So instead of count, I have like numbers, set numbers. And let me get rid of this whole like name example. And every time you click on this button now, I'm just going to go ahead and append a new number. So another really weird thing in React is like you have to do this type of thing whenever you want to append a number to an array. Like in order for React to know when you're trying to re-render something or when something changes, it actually checks like the shallow reference of your array, right? So you have to pass in a brand new reference. So when you do a bracket like this in JavaScript, that's going to be a new array reference. And the fact that we do ... numbers is basically taking all the current values of the numbers array and just putting it right in here into a brand new array. So the whole reason we do this with arrays and objects is so that React knows that like, hey, this is a brand new array and we need to like re-render it. And let me just emphasize that. If I say numbers.push here and I go ahead and push in 1 and I try to just re-render numbers, again, this is like a good example of like why this won't work. Let me do this. So I'm basically going to show those numbers on the page and just join them with a comma. And every time you click on this button, I'm just going to push a new 1 into the numbers array. So if I do this, notice that absolutely nothing happens. Like nothing's rendering to the page because again, you're not changing the reference of numbers. So you have to actually do something like this and pass it a brand new reference for this to actually like update. And this is all because of like React being super immutable. Like they didn't want you to mutate state. If you use something like view or svelte, like this is where you can do something like let numbers is equal to 0 and then, or something like this. And you can simply just push it, right? But React's a little bit different. Everything's immutable in React. So the only way that you can tell React that, hey, like there's a change and you need to update is you have to pass it a new reference. So that's kind of how that works. And again, like going back to my original thing I was trying to explain, is the derived state or the computed state, right? So if I wanted to make the sum of all the numbers, right? So I'm going to say const sum is equal to numbers reduce. I'm going to go ahead and just add up all the numbers like this. And I believe that's how you can get the sum using a reducer or using the reduce function. I'm going to go ahead and print out the sum here. Okay, so now every time I click it, it's actually just summing up all the numbers together, which acts as another counter. But if I were to look at the actual element, the only state we're storing is like an array of a bunch of ones, and I just happen to sum them together. So the reason this works is every time you update that numbers array, React is going to re-render this counter component. It's going to rerun this whole function, and it's going to pull the latest value from state for this like numbers hook. So in this case, it's going to be an array of, I don't know, 15, 16 ones. And then it basically runs this code here, which is going to sum them all up, and then we print that out to the screen. Okay, so that's kind of how React is working. It just keeps on running the function over and over again, and reruns all your code, and recomputes everything. So this is why also like you might see something like React.memo, where we don't want to keep on running this over and over again unless like something has actually changed. But that's kind of another topic. I'm not going to get into that. But you don't need to use memo that often unless you have like really large lists of stuff or you're doing really heavy computation in the front end, which obviously you probably shouldn't be doing in the first place. All right, so we talked about state. We talked about how React knows when to re-render, and it really all boils down to using this useState hook. If you're using functional React components, we talked about how state can actually be externalized into variables up here. So if you're using like a third-party state management library, you could potentially be accessing some global state, and then all you need to do is figure out how to like force this component to re-render. And a lot of times, like if you're using something like Redux or something, or like the old version of Redux before hooks, they might have like a higher order component where they actually call like a connect function. So like you might have seen this before, where down here you might say like export connect of counter or something like that. And basically that's just, it's a way for having this external state to hook into React to tell React when it needs to re-render. Very similar to like this hack that I added here, but they're probably doing something a little bit more elegant to be more proficient. So yeah, with all that being said, I mean, I think some of the main takeaways you need to understand about like state in React is that if you ever need to update, or if you ever notice in the page like stuff is just not rendering or stuff is not updating, then it's more than likely that you're not properly reduce of empty array. So I need to pass this to 0. Yeah, I have a little bug. I just need to pass this 0 here to fix that. And now it's working again. So if anytime in React, like you notice that like there's stuff that's just not updating, like you have a function that you're clicking or you're calling when you click something, and you notice that your page is just like showing an old value, more than likely it's because you're not properly updating state and you're not telling React the way that React needs to know that, hey, something has changed. Another thing that you've probably seen a lot is if I wanted to basically, let me just go ahead and do this. Let's say every time you click this button, you want to pin 4 ones to it. Okay, this is another important lesson about state and how React works. If I run this, notice that it only increments by 1 each time. But you would expect it to like, render and push in 4 ones every time and increment by 4, right? But the issue with React is that this state setter is actually asynchronous. So when you call it, this numbers thing is not going to update immediately, right? This is like a snapshot in time, a frozen copy in time of like what the numbers array looks like. So even though you're calling this thing 4 times, numbers here is actually going to be set to the exact same array, and like you're really just appending 1 to a blank array 4 times in a row. So if you want to get around this, you actually need to pass the setter of useState a callback. And this is kind of the approach we do a lot, where you pass it a callback, you get previous numbers, and you use whatever this value is in the actual callback here, right here when you're generating the new array. So if I were to go ahead and just do that 3 times, or 4 times, now when I click it, it's going to increment by 4 every time. Okay, so this is another issue that a lot of people run into, and I ran into before, which is kind of hard to understand like what the heck is going on, like why is stuff not rendering. And yeah, that's basically how React works. So welcome to the overly complex, convoluted land of React. I hope you guys learned something about this, and you know a little bit more about state and how to update state and when React decides to re-render stuff and not re-render stuff. And anyway, if you want to join my Discord and ask me questions directly, feel free to. There's a community of other people learning how to code, so you can go there, you can ask questions, and someone will hopefully help you out. I'm trying to build a community of a lot of people who are like eager to help others. And yeah, like always, leave a comment, subscribe, press the like button, and have a good day and happy coding.
Of red and a message you don't want to see. We've got an endless rendering loop. Hello and welcome. Hi, I'm Dave. Today we're going to look at the React hook use callback, the key to understanding this hook, and how you can avoid the common re-rendering loop mistake you saw at the beginning of this video. Let's get started by looking at the key to understanding use callback. And the key to understanding this concept is referential equality. So I'm going to use the console over here on the right from Chrome, and then on the left we've got Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to drag the console over because it's going to be the main focus here at first. So I'm going to type in the number 7, which is a primitive value, and use strict equals to 7, and that's true. Likewise, if I type in a string, use strict equals, type in the same string, that's true. That's not true in JavaScript though when it comes to objects. So if I do the same with an empty object, we get false. It occupies a different space in memory. It looks the same, but it is not the same. It does not have referential equality. The same applies to arrays. They are both, of course, type of object in JavaScript. So we've got a couple of falses there, and we've confirmed that even though an object looks like the other object, it's not the same, and the same for arrays. Well, when it comes to functions, that is our main concern with use callback. Use callback returns a memoized function. It doesn't call the function, it actually returns the definition, so you can call that same function later. So what we're concerned with is the referential equality. I'm going to define a function here called ff as a factory function, and it's going to return a function that simply returns my name, Dave. From here, I can say Dave1 is equal to this factory function, and I can say Dave2 is equal to this factory function. So if I recall either one of these, they would return my name, the string Dave. However, if I say Dave1 is strict equals to Dave2, that's false. And that's the key here, because we need to understand that when React re-renders a component, it recreates these functions. And even though they look the same, have the same name, even the same definition, both of these were created from the same factory function, they're not the same. They do not have referential equality. This is where use callback can help us. So now I'm going to drag this back over so we can see more Visual Studio Code again, and we're going to go to the React app, a simple app that I have running that has a simple input here. Let's look at this. I'm using some state for the user input, and I'm actually displaying that output as well on the page, so I can drag this down. You can see the display there. We don't really even need to see the display of that output because it's the same as what I would type in here. But every time we update state, as we know with use state, it will re-render the component. And then we have a sum function here. And this sum function is grabbing num1 and num2 from state. I don't even have the set state parts of use state in here because we're not using those. We just set these to 4 and 5, so they won't change on us, but they are pieces of state, and sum is just adding them together. And then we've got use effect here. Use effect is relying on the sum function. It's in the dependency array. So anytime the sum function changes, use effect will run. And I've just got use effect logging new sum and the value of the sum function. So now that we've covered all of that, let me start typing in the input over here in our app. I'll just type my name, 4 letters, Dave, and you can see 4 times in the console it logged new sum. Well, sum, we didn't really change it, but it is a new sum function. Likewise, the value was always 9. Nothing really changed. So by re-rendering the component, by updating state in something that didn't even play a role in sum, we're creating a new sum, and we're running this use effect that is looking for sum to change. And that's where we can really use some help from use callback to prevent that from happening, because we don't want that to happen. Sum shouldn't be created just because we typed in our text input over here. And of course, it doesn't need to calculate a new value for us because it hasn't changed. Now let's add one more piece of state here. I'm going to put it between the numbers and the user input, and we'll just call this result. And so this will have result and set result. And I'll just set it to use state with an initial value of 0. There we go. Okay, so now we have our result and set result. I saved that. We got a warning because we're not using it yet, and we got a warning about sum as well. And we can look at that in just a second too. What I want to do is after we call sum, I also want to set the result here. But I'm going to do it in the comment first, and then we can actually look at that warning because that's important to see as well. Okay, so I need to drag this up a little higher so we can read the warning better. And what we get is a warning that pretty much says what I just went over besides the set result and result warning here. So here we go, line 911, where we have sum. It says the sum function makes the dependencies of the use effect hook change on every render, and that's because it's being recreated. And it says move it inside the use effect callback. So you could define sum inside of use effect before you call it, but then that doesn't make it as flexible. You couldn't use it really anywhere else if you just defined it in here. But it says alternatively, wrap the definition of sum in its own use callback. And so that's what we will be doing. I'll clear this out for now so we can scroll this back down a little bit or pull it back down, and I'll be able to type in the input again if we need to. Still got our console here. But what I want to do inside this use effect now is set the result. And this is a beginner mistake, and it can easily happen because we usually want to set the state inside of a function. We're looking for something to change, then we're going to set that state. But let me show you the problem. I'm going to set it equal to whatever sum calculates. We're depending on sum. Now, this returns a primitive value, and our number's never changing. It's always going to be 9 when we call sum. We're not updating the state at all for num1 or num2. So we're going to get lucky here just because React is smart enough to say, hey, this is the same value and it's a primitive value. So I'm going to save. And now notice we got new sum value 9, and it only happened twice. But really, if we think about this logic, it should be an endless loop. And that is because we updated the state. When we update the state, the component re-renders. When the component re-renders, it creates a new sum. When sum changes, it calls use effect. Use effect, we're updating the state inside of this use effect. That sounds like an endless loop. So why didn't we get one? Well, it's because use state is smart enough to say, okay, I'm getting the same primitive value, the number 9, and I've already got the number 9, so I don't need to continually update it. So it happens, it runs this use effect at load time, and then it updates the state and happens one more time. And after that, it goes, now I've got the same value. I don't need to keep doing that. And it's really preventing us from a big mistake here, which would be an endless loop. So let's go ahead and fix this now, and we won't see these issues anymore, or at least this about the use effect hook here. Let's see if we still have a warning about result just because we're not using it anywhere in the app right now. But let's go ahead and pull in use callback up here at the top. And now we can wrap our function in use callback. So we'll put it right outside the function definition. And we'll put parentheses at the end, but we also need a comma here because use callback has a dependency array, just like use effect. And you can tell we're dependent on the state num1 and num2. So we need to put those in the use callback dependency array. And if I drag this just a little more, we can see it's not wrapping now. So there's our full use callback. Now we could put this on separate lines as well, just like we would with any other function, but this works right now. So we've got our function here as normal, but we've also got the dependency array, and it's wrapped in use callback. What use callback does is memoize the function. So now it will have referential equality. So I'll save this, and we'll come back to our application, and we can see what warnings we're getting. And I believe we're only going to be getting a warning for result, and that is correct. And we only got new sum value 9 once. Now here's the real test. I'll clear this out so we have more room, and I'll type. Now let's see how often this new sum value gets logged to the console. It's not getting logged to the console at all because sum is not changing when we update the state. We're re-rendering still because we're updating the user input state over here, but we're not creating a new sum function. It's memoized, and that is really when we want to use callback. If we have our function in a dependency array, and if that hook, whatever hook has it doesn't just have to be use effect, but whatever hook has the dependency array, we'll be looking for a change of that function. Well, then we need to wrap it in use callback. Now we might also need to wrap a function in use callback if we were passing it down as a prop, and the component we were passing it to is memoized, because if we didn't wrap it in use callback and we kept sending a new function, it would break that memoization as well. That could be in a tutorial on React.memo. But the main reason you usually see use callback used is because a function is going into a dependency array like we see here. So with that said, let's look at what does create the endless loop that we saw at the beginning of this tutorial. Okay, I'm going to create another function, and I'm just going to call this function build array. And this function is just going to take those two pieces of state again and make a new array with them, num1 and num2. And really that's all it's going to do. So we're building an array. So now I'm going to use this build array function in place of sum and I should be able to select both. There we go, and replace both of those. And now we'll say new array, and we don't really need value here. We'll just say what the array is. Oops. I can't type. There we go. And so now we could just call build array right here as well. So I guess I could replace that, but I'll just type it out. Build array inside use effect. Now I'm going to comment out the set result again so we don't have an issue at first, but we can see what happens here. So save this much. You can see we've got new array 4 and 5. But once again, I believe we're still going to have that warning that we had before. This is not wrapped in a use callback. So yes, we've got the same message about either put build array inside the use effect, and that means put the definition inside use effect, or alternatively wrap it in use callback, which is once again what we'll do. I'll clear this out though, and I'll just delete my name. We can see, once again, for every backspace I hit or for every letter I type, it logs to the console new array, and then of course, it's also outputting the array here. But we have a bigger issue, because remember, an array is not a primitive data type. So React will not save us from ourselves. And this is where I see beginners have lots of problems with this, because once again, they set the state, and they have a function in the dependency that is recreated on every render. Well, when this happens, this will create an endless rendering loop. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and it may crash everything for me, but we'll see what happens now. So I'm going to save. And there we go, endless rendering over here on the right, and I'll scroll this up. That is a lot of red and a message you don't want to see. We've got an endless rendering loop. Okay, I'm going to stop the app, open up the terminal, hit Control-C. There we go. So the app is stopped, and now I'm going to go ahead and close this React app, and I'll have to restart it after we fix this issue. So close out of the terminal for now, and clear this terminal window as well, but we'll launch a new one over here. So what we need to do is once again apply use callback. So we have use callback, and we're going to wrap our build array function, and now inside, we once again need to provide that dependency array, which has num1 and num2 for use callback. I can drag this over just a little more so we can see it on one line for now. And so now we've applied use callback to the build array, and so now it should have referential equality, and we should not see that endless loop issue when we set the build array result as the result here. So let's go ahead and save all of our changes now. I'll drag this back over so we can see the new app launch. Control backtick, or the terminal menu will let you open a new terminal. Either way, npm start for your React app, and it should launch a new tab over here for us. And once we do that, we'll of course have to open up the DevTools as well. Okay, we've got the app open. I will open the DevTools. Now in the console, we've got a warning for result and a warning for sum because we're not using sum now. But what we don't have is any endless loop or any problem there. And that's because we used callback to memoize our build array function. So once again, even when I type, we are no longer outputting new array to the console. So I hope these examples, and they are simple examples, but I hope they have given you a better understanding of why we use callback, and especially the key, referential equality. And that will help you understand not only use callback, but other React optimizations as you learn about them. Remember to keep striving for progress over perfection, and a little progress every day will go a very long way. Please give this video a like if it's helped you, and thank you for watching and subscribing. You're helping my channel
It looks like it's not working. And I don't want to deal with this, so I think I'm just gonna search for the source code. It's probably some stuff related to the functions that make it so that the server runs for hosting the thing on localhost. Maybe what I should do is just delete everything here and then just download the thing again from the sandbox and then run. So what I'm gonna do now is just study this code here from this project, and then I'm gonna try to understand why does this project work and the version that I have doesn't, to see what's the difference between them. And then once I have that, then I can start working to find a solution. I think if I wanted to, I think I can already, like, I can find hacky ways to solve it already, because I think that I know that the solution is on the cycle and the reference thing. But the thing is, I'm not sure if it is the best. Like, I want to make sure that I understand really well and have high confidence that this is the problem before I move on, because I know that it's likely that I might encounter this problem in the future as well. So I want to make sure that I understand really well what's going on. And then only once I understand what's going on, then I can think about like what's the best way to solve it. And I think this is gonna help as well to deal with the other event listeners that I'm gonna have to put on the thing. So I think it makes sense to study this one first. But if it starts taking a lot of time, then I might just go back and try to implement some solution. I think I'm just gonna do typing while this installs. If it doesn't work this time, starting the app on localhost, then I'm just gonna look at the source code and not care about the app. It's whatever. I'm not gonna spend time focusing on these. Not worth it, I think. Just gonna look at the source code. So in this stage, it's the same thing so far. So this is the compiled version, or transpiled, wherever. After using Babel and the rollup thing to create the package. But the functions are the same, pretty much. So the difference should be on the Pixi viewport, I think. And it's interesting to see now, like these functions, like now I understand why here is this way and the other one is the other way. Like this is the transpiled version, so it moves everything else through like low level or the React functions, using directly the React functions, while the other one uses the different syntax, but it's the same thing, just at a different level. And this is the function. The render stage function on the other one. Is this function here. It's interesting to see how it changes from the other one to this one. So the question here is, why does it doesn't work on this one? Yeah, same thing. It's gonna be the same pretty much. So the only difference is on this. And the difference here is this one. Maybe I'll put them side to side. Just what are the main fundamental differences? Let me see the way that is initializing here. It initializes pretty much the same way. The only thing that changes is the interaction. So this is the main difference, I think, here. So maybe the fact that on this one it instantiates the option as being equal to the option sticker here. Like it creates the instance here. Maybe that's what it makes it work. Let's see. Like I wonder if I copy this line here, what's gonna happen? Or maybe I should put instead of the if statement. I hope it doesn't mess up this one after. Like hope it is not a problem with the Windows, the connections. Because then I'm gonna have to spend time fixing that. So that doesn't do anything. Still the same problem. So let's keep looking to this. So here is a different option as well. Just not using the events. Maybe I changed this manually. I don't remember now. I think I changed this manually. That's why. Div will. Yeah, but I don't remember changing the event listener, so maybe I did change here, but it didn't change. Because I can look in the source code. Oh, but that's React-pixi is not. No, it's so it didn't change. Yeah, so that's one difference. Yeah. They should have interaction, I think. You should have this on the options. The thing is that there's nothing different on the ticker besides creating that. So it makes no sense. Yeah, the difference is I'm using the engine there. But I think I tried to wrap the other way around. I put the pixi component on top. But maybe I have to... But I don't see how it would make a difference if I created another component to do exactly the way that he did here. Where he's wrapping this into another component. But maybe it would make a difference. I think I have to try just to make sure. Yeah, that's another difference though. Here's using div row. Here's using the events. But the issue is that the ticker should break the thing. Not only the wheel. Yeah, so it's still the same problem. It's fucking weird. I don't know how to explain that. How is it possible? The only explanation would be the stage is different. The codes in both of them is the same, or code for the Vue-pixi. For the Pixi Vue part. Doesn't make any sense. Problem is if I change here, it's not gonna work because it doesn't. I'm using the node modules, so it's not gonna change on the version that is implemented. But it is interesting. But it might be like just a difference in the way that it is, because here I'm getting the code from this one, and this one is after being parsed. So this is why it might be different. But changing the context here might make it so that it destroys the plugin for the correct instance, and this one doesn't. But maybe that wouldn't make any difference, because the problem is that it destroys the instance in the first place. That's the issue. Oh, but maybe it makes a difference. Because when destroying the app, maybe on this version it only destroys certain parts. And then keeps, but then why would be no? I can't really change this. That's the problem. It's not gonna have any difference on this version. And that's the only thing that is different between the two. Oh, also this one is using, and maybe it's because this one is using the arrow function and this one is using the normal function. That's why. So when you use the arrow function, the context is gonna be one level above. So it's actually the same context. I don't think that's the reason why this one works and the other one doesn't. So what the fuck? The issue is that I can't start this, then I'm gonna have to fix this stuff here. Because there is no way for me to verify if this is working or not. So the question is, do spend time? Maybe it's a waste of time. Maybe we should just focus on trying to solve the thing the way that it is not there. Like the thing is, I really want to understand why on this one it works and on the other one it doesn't. Like there must be an explanation. And the code looks like pretty much exactly the same when it comes to the ticker. So why would this one be working and the other one wouldn't? Maybe it's an Next.js thing. But that wouldn't make sense, I think. Maybe it might be possible that it makes sense if, like in some way that it is using the window, and that's why it's undefined, but I don't think that's the case. Because otherwise the console logs here would be different. There wouldn't be a canvas here in the first one. First render. And it would be failing if I comment the other one out. So I think that's... This thing here gives away, I think. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, now it doesn't work. And so why did it work that time? So maybe I just thought it was working, but it wasn't. Yeah, but now it's not breaking. Let me see. It's probably because of the reference thing. No, it is destroying here. Let me see. Yeah, if I comment this out, then it will work, I think. Maybe. No, it doesn't. The fuck? Yeah, it doesn't. So why did it work on the first time? Maybe it was just a refresh thing. Like it seemed that it was working, but it wasn't. Oh, here it works. Yeah, so now I have to think about that. Why does it work when I use the custom components? The other one doesn't. Like obviously it works now because I comment this out, but I don't understand. It has to do with the cycle, obviously. Because both of them are gonna be mounted and unmounted in different stages, I think, but what is the relationship between the two? Maybe it's the apply props here. Let me remove this to see what happens. So the difference is the apply props between them, I think. There's so much stuff in my mind. And so I didn't look into this function. It should be the same thing though. That's the thing. Ticker lifestyle. Maybe they changed the ticker as well from Pixi.js. On top of changing the other thing. It's pretty much the same. think I might need a break soon. It's breaking my mind. And the tough thing is that it's impossible to find there the stuff about the application, so I have to rely on the documentation, but then I don't understand how it's related to this. Like the only connection here that exists is through this thing here, which is gonna do the thing. I looked into this function I think yesterday, and it's just gonna get the string of application from this stuff, and then like I think what it does is just adds the plugins to this list here. But I don't understand at what point is the ticker gonna be initialized. The thing is, like, this stuff here confused me. Like the fact that it works. I don't understand how the apply props works. And the documentation not very good as well. So maybe I'll have to look into the... I have to understand how this is done through the reconciler there. At what point this is going to be called. I think is the point of the cycle of the default, like in the normal rendering cycle, would be the default processing. Don't remember if I have on this history here. I think I took a photo though. Took a picture. Yeah, so I think this is the part probably that uses the apply state prompts. But maybe not. Yeah, so maybe it is because the create is probably the constructor. And then it calls these apply prompts after. The thing that made me confused is that the reason why it works if you have the apply props there. Like when I comment out the app destroy, it only works if I have these apply props. So apply props comes right after the create, which is probably this version, this point of the life cycle here. And then is mounted. So did mounts is after the render. Yeah, so it creates probably here and then get derived state from props. It's probably the apply props. That's the thing, is because I'm receiving the width and the height from the use ref of the parent component. And I'm passing as a child. But it should only render the stage once it has the ref already. But it's probably on the other cycle that messes up if you don't have apply props. The question is why though. It's probably because of these plugins. It's looping over the keys of the new props, comparing with the old props. It's comparing both values and then changing the value in the viewport. So it's changing the reference. That's why I think. It works here because it changes the reference for the plugins. And the question is, how do I change the reference for the viewports? I can do the same thing maybe. I can make if viewports, but then how? Because how would I get the previous version? What am I doing here? Maybe the difference is that this one doesn't use the tick. That's why it works. The problem is to test this is just too much work, I think. Just refactor everything there. Because I think that the use tick is the thing that is triggering this event. So when I do apply prompts, it updates the reference for the plugins. So it's the object thing. I'm thinking about how to solve for the app without having to change the way that it's rendering. Because it seems like the standard way for React is to mount like this. I don't understand how or why, but it seems like that's the case. First it mounts the parents, but I don't know how it works like on the standard React reconciler. Because there are situations where it's the same thing, where the child is going to use the context that the parents is providing. So how is it possible to mount the parent first? I guess it's at the moment that it mounts the parent, it should remove everything. So maybe it is a problem with the implementation. So that what I can do, I think the easiest fix is just to change the component view mount function. And I'm trying to see if there's another way to maybe get a new reference here for the app, for the new app. Instead of, like, how do I clean up the events? Because that's the issue, is like, it's impossible, because the app components, the stage component is going to be unmounted first. So, like, there's no way for me to clean up here if it is unmounted first. If the stage is unmounted first, because then by the time that I'm going to clean up here, it doesn't exist already. So I think the only solution is to change the component view mount. Otherwise, I'm gonna spend a bunch of time. I can't think about other ways. The reason why I'm trying to avoid this solution is because it feels like it seems that it's not the correct approach, because then either I'm gonna have to couple this class with this stage class with the pixi viewports, or I'm gonna have to change the way that the cycle works, that which one gets unmounted first, and maybe that's not the best. Maybe it's a problem with this thing. It might be an issue because I don't understand this stuff. But I think I'm doing it correctly based on the documentation here. That's the thing. I'm instantiating the class on the create part, and then doing the rest. Like, it seems like I'm following the correct way here. I'm contemplating whether or not it's worth it to create a new file, create a new class component with just the things to console log the cycle, and then see how it would work on a normal component. But I have to redo everything. It's like a lot of work. So the question is why it works on the other one and doesn't work here. I think it's because of the reference. This one should be creating events as well. Because they both of the ways they have references to the old object. First one that was constructed. So why would it work if I do it with the custom component and it doesn't work there? I think the explanation is the apply props, but then like why does that change things? Go back. Ah, interesting. 94. Hmm. I guess I guess I understand it now, I think. Maybe. I thought I understood so many times, so. But I think what is happening here is that because of the use context, like this instance of the app is the one created with reuse ref instead of the stage. That's what's confusing me. So when it destroys here, it's not the same instance. And that's the thing that is confusing, I think. But then, like, it's weird to think, why does it work when I comment this out? Let me think about it. Maybe if I remove from the dependencies. Now it doesn't work. It's not changing. So maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. I want to understand why it doesn't work here, but it works if I do it like this when I comment the app destroy here. Yeah, I do think there is a difference because the app that I have here is the one that is set up with use context. So I have to understand how these functions work here, what is happening. I think they are just mounting and mounting. I think this triggers the diff algorithm, but I have to understand more how it works. Like this is the thing here, I think. Because it's not destroying this thing. It just destroys the app at each render. But this keeps existing, I think. Yeah, but obviously this uses the app as well. Like it is the same app, but because this is the application, so it's changing the value of the app. Yeah, maybe I'm confusing things. I'm confusing this with the canvas that uses the graph. So based on ChatGPT, the difference is that this is persistent throughout the lifecycle of this component. The other one updates. It changes on each cycle. The other one is persistent, but I think I'm gonna try to paste the code ChatGPT says and see what it says. Still doesn't work. And so I think I'm gonna stop here. I was gonna take a break and then continue, but I think I'm gonna take a break off stream and then I'll continue to study this off stream and then come back tomorrow and continue to do this. Because I'm gonna have to spend some time just thinking what are, like, I'm just gonna sit here and think about this. I wanna, like, I think I can find a path to solve. It's just changing the, whatever happens on the component will mount here. I think if I try a bunch of different stuff, I can find a way that it would work. Like, because I have access to both classes. So I think I can make it work, but the issue is that, like, I'm not gonna, I feel like if I make it work now, I'm not gonna understand what, like, the fundamental reason why the problem exists. So I need to spend time on this until I understand really well, like, the reason why it works here and it doesn't work here, and also why exactly when destroying, which I think I have a good idea now. I think the reason why is because of the rendering cycle, that each time that the component mounts and unmounts, it creates an app, and then when it's unmounting, it's destroying the app. And then because the parent is mounted first and unmounted first, when unmounts, it destroys the app, and then the child doesn't have access to the app. So when the child is going to try to remove the event listeners, it fails because it doesn't have access to the app anymore. So I think that's what's happening. So to solve this, either I have to put to make it so that the child is unmounted here, which seems that is not the correct approach, because in React, it seems like the parent is supposed to be unmounted first, which I'm not 100% sure. That's another thing that I'm going to spend time studying, I think. I'm going to ask questions to ChatGPT. And the other approach would be to do something with the Pixi viewport here. I think, like, manually remove the event listeners before I destroy the app. I think that would solve. But the issue is I'm not 100% sure if that's the problem or if it's something else. And the tricky thing is, based on the ChatGPT response, it seems like this component has to do with the display object as well. So I think I need to spend some time studying this as well, which, like, this custom component uses these functions here based on the React reconciler. So in the create instance of the React reconciler, it has this create element. And this is the function that determines on the rendering what function is going to create the element, I think. So when you create your custom reconciler, you can specify a different function for this, and they are specifying this one. So instead of using the normal create element from React, it's going to use this function here. Oh, fuck, I closed. Yeah, this function here. So that's the function that is being triggered on here. And then, like, it calls you pretty much, when you call this, it caches the thing on this thing here. It caches that function. So this instance is just going to be the function because it's the element type. So this is going to be the pixi component there. And that pixi component is an object that has functions. So the injected is the component, which is the view part, like is this component here. So then it creates the instance by calling the create. At least that's what I think is happening now, which is this function here, and then pressing props. And I don't know why there passes the root, and here it doesn't accept root. So I'm not sure why this exists here. But it seems like it works. And then this stuff I also don't understand really well. Like, why is binding the instance here to the did mount? This might be some like part of the problem because of the way that the references work with the cycles. So there are several things that I don't understand really well. Also don't like, the main thing is this apply props, because the documentation doesn't explain, like, it just shows that example is not enough to understand what is the point of this. So I don't understand why, exactly what parts of the rendering cycle they are changing here. If it is just like the create element parts, and then all of this stuff is related to the create element, which it shouldn't be, because there's this did mount here, which shouldn't be part of the create element, I think. So there's probably more stuff on, like, on the reconciler that is related to these other parts there of the component. So I have to understand how the reconciler handles those parts. So yeah, I think first you need to understand really well on the reconciler how does it work. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is search for these functions here first. I need to understand or study the source code there. But I'm already tired now, so I think I need to take a break and then come back in like half an hour or something like that. Let me think. And if it is because of the life cycles, then yeah, I have to think about how to solve. I need to make sure that the reason why it's working here with this one is because this one is accessing the event listeners on the previous app when I don't destroy the app on the stage after the component mounts. So the question is, why does it work when you have the apply props here? And I think that, like, intuitively, just like by reading the code here, it makes sense that here, like, is updating the plugins based on the props. So the props are being updated at some point of the life cycle. I think is when the component is unmounting and mounting again, because then it updates the values. And then if I do it through here, then it doesn't update the. But like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because here I'm calling the functions as well. So I'm not really sure what is going on. Because these should be updated at each time that the component mounts again. And the thing is, when I remove this stuff from here, it also breaks. So clearly, like, this is the stuff that is the difference between this one and the other one. And here, the only thing that it's doing is just updating the plugins, which are these functions here that is calling. And then somehow, and this is the problem, is because it might have to do with the mass of classes there that exists on the Pixi viewport and the Pixi.js, like, it's all interconnected. and it's very hard to understand what's going on because it's not that clear. So yeah, I think the main thing is that probably when you don't use this, oh, it's not updating the plugins, so it's gonna use the old plugins, but then why does this make it so that it doesn't work? Because the app is always the same, it's not being destroyed. I have to think about this. I'm gonna stop here. Probably gonna continue to do. It's gonna take a long time to solve this, I think. There's so many things involved. I have so many questions that I have. So, and I don't know how long I'm gonna stay. Like, I haven't decided how much time I'm gonna give to this problem until I decide to just try to implement a hack solution here instead of this thing here, just to make it work, and then move on to do something else, to improve something else. But I think I'm gonna give one more week to this thing because I really want to understand this. So yeah, probably come back tomorrow and continue to work on this. So see you then.